Hello, everyone. My name is Katie, and welcome to the Greenland Quilter channel. I hope everybody's been having a really great week this week. Yeah, there's something wrong here, I think. Maybe not. Okay, so while I'm waiting on people to stroll in, I'm going to go ahead and talk about two channels tonight. And many of you are probably pretty familiar with the channels, but I'm going to go ahead and share them anyway. I need to get some more links so that I can, because there's some even smaller channels I would like to talk about over the next few weeks as well. But tonight we are going to talk about Teresa Louise's channel and Danny's channel. So we're going to start out with Teresa Louise's, and I'm going to share the screen, and then I'll share her link. And I hope everybody's had a great week so far. We're going into the weekend already. Can you guys believe that it's already at the end of the month? I mean, how did that even happen? I mean, we're going to have March the 1st on Sunday, and it's birthday month for my family because there is several birthdays. There's my friend Melanie's birthday is on the 17th. Kristen's is on the 19th. Nikolai's is on the 23rd. Mine's on the 26th. And my brother's is on the 31st. So, yep, March is an explosion of birthdays. Hi, Lee. How are you? I need to get you, I need to come pay you a visit too. That's on my stop list. Go over and visit your channel because I need to watch some more of your videos. Give you some watch hours. Hey, Mona, it's good to see you. So what we're going to do here, now that I can see Teresa's screen is up. All right, so the first channel I'm going to share with you guys is Teresa Louise I Quilt 2 channel. She comes and sews with me on a regular basis. She's a really nice person. She has lots of great content. She teaches you things. You learn new things from her. She has almost 4,600 subscribers, along with almost 400 videos. So she has lots to share with people. She does have a playlist, and her playlist can consist of, she did a 12-month calendar, I think a couple of years ago. So there's all these videos: Northern Lights panel, floss tubes, crafts, quilts and craft swaps, pups and wildlife, quilt shows, Dottie samplers, sewing and quilt piecing, quilt tube, art quilts. She is definitely does some beautiful collage quiltings. She has 2 horses, the horse heads that she's already done, and she's working on another one right now. She has done some Creative Notion unboxing along with sew sampler unboxings. She has all kinds of things that she can share with you guys. She does go live on Sundays, and she has a few shorts here that you can watch to see what she's about. And yeah, there's plenty for, like, she just finished this tiger right here. She just finished that this week. And so you should go watch her videos about the tiger and everything. And yeah, she has a lot to offer. Y'all make sure you hop on over to her channel. I'm going to share her channel again. If you've not been to Teresa Louise's channel, hop on over there and subscribe and do some video watching and share some love and like and comment if you have the time to do that. Hi, Judy Hebert. It's good to see you. Let me see who else I'm missing here. We have Mona. I already said hi to Mona. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Judy. Hello, Janet. And Sherry's here. I already said hi to her too. And hello, Cindy Good. It's good to see you too. So this is Teresa Louise's channel. So the next channel I'm going to share, and I'm going to see if this will let me switch screens or not. Let's see if this screen switches. In the meantime, what's everybody been doing today? Are y'all ready for the weekend? And what's your plans for the weekend? What are you going to do this weekend? I have some interesting questions I want to ask you as we get more people on the channel. Hi, Carissa. I want to have a couple conversations actually. And one of the conversations is going to be interesting because it's going to be interesting for me because I want to ask y'all some questions and I want to see what kind of answers I get. Hi, Rita. It's good to see you here. All right. The next channel we're going to do is Danny's channel. Danny and I have we have been sewing together. We're also doing a collaboration that is now 1 year old and it is progressing forward. We're doing really well with it. We have a mental health once a month live and we discuss the hard topics because, you know, most people don't want to talk about mental health because it's been labeled taboo. And so me and Danny and Myra are breaking that glass jar to let people know that it's okay to talk about that you might have mental health problems. You know, mental health problems can cover a broad spectrum of things from being sad, depressed, or unmotivated, or losing your sojo. You know, there's all kinds of things, anxiety, stress. I mean, we talk about all kinds of things, and it has really done so good. And we're really proud of how hard we've worked to make it. Because when we first decided to do this together, we didn't know what was going to happen with it. And we thought people would not come, or either they would come in and gripe about it. And that's not been the case. We have following now and it's doing super good. Now, Danny's channel, she has 853 subscribers right now. And she's been striving for the last year and a half to get to that 1K mark. So I'm going to challenge all of y'all. Y'all share Danny's link, you know, her channel link. You know, promote her channel if you have the time to promote her channel. And let's see if we can't get her to that 1K. She doesn't care whether she gets to 1K, but it would be nice if she did because I know that it would boost her. It would just lift her spirits if everybody helped her get to 1K. She has about 335 videos. She goes live a couple times a week. She also does pre-record videos. She has a playlist here. She's one of these type of people that has multiple projects going on at the same time because she gets bored easy. So she keeps herself busy by having different projects so that she doesn't lose her sojo by getting bored with just one project. So you'll see here she's done Timberland Trails by Fluidity, Cross Stitch Fun, Blackberry Bramble, which I think she's in the process of doing now. Twisted Dreams is also new. Fraying Pinwheels, Swirling Leaves by Melissa. She also does members only lives. She really promotes the viewers. When you go sit in her lives, you can actually play gambling games, which is hilarious. I mean, you gain a bunch of points and you can take those points and buy different things from her when she's making an offering of that. You know, you use it like money, more or less. She has a memory bear project that she's been working on. There's a Norfolk Wild Meadow. There's all kinds here of different things. T-shirt quilt table runner. I mean, there's lots of things here for just about anyone. And like I said, she goes live. She definitely goes live on a Sunday. And I'm trying to think what the other day of the week is that she does a live. But she does it a couple times. She also has shorts, a couple of them here, not much. But mostly she concentrates on videos and her lives. And she's a really nice person, you guys. So please go over there. And if you're not subscribed to her channel, subscribe. Watch some videos, you know, like them, say hello, all kinds, you know, do the usual spill, share a little bit of love. So this is Andy's channel, which is called So Not an Expert. And she will straight out tell you she's not an expert at what she's doing. So anyway, okay. So that's all for tonight. I've shared both channels and I'll reshare Danny's link again in the channel so y'all can find her. Okay, now I am going to talk to you about something. I know you've probably noticed for the last 3 weeks now I postponed doing my last 1000 block number 36, and I'm going to tell you what's going on. I am stuck. I know which block I'm going to do, but I'm a little bit stuck. And it could be that, I have been burning the candle on both ends for this month because I did, the 28-day challenge. And on day 27, we got one more day. And out of the 28 days, I had to take 2 nights off because I was super tired. And so, I broke the challenge, but I'm still doing it, even though I broke it. But in the process of it, I think I tired myself out because with 1,000 block, I tend to spend a lot of time concentrating on trying to teach it to, show you how to make the block. Plus, I also, do colors on the fly, which I've always done. So it's not getting done tonight like I planned on doing. So instead, we're going to work on Star Climber tonight because Sunday, Sean and I will be doing our last Star Climber collab together. And then we're, if I'm not, and I know I won't be finished with mine because mine's a lot bigger than his. He turned his into pillows and other things, so he's finished already. We're going to do one more collab relating to Star Climber, but we still have, we're still planning to deal with the our Stitch It challenge that we're doing together. And we're also, he's wanting to continue to encourage me to work on my legit kit. I did get project bags in this week in a big old box yesterday so that I could start being more organized with that. I got a 3-ring notebook, and then I discovered I didn't have enough clear protector sheets, so need to order some more of them, and that might take another month to get, but that's okay. It's all right. It's all good. That's all right. All right. Let me see who else has drifted into the channel. So anyway, that's where I am on my the quilt is going to have a name. It's called Shaken Blocks. And so Nikolai will be home Wednesday, bar no complications with Mother Nature. We're always at the mercy of Mother Nature, as you know, because that's the way it is here in Greenland. The weather's always, one day it's quiet, the next it's all hell is breaking loose. So but it's extremely cold. Colder than we've seen it in years. Now, is there any snow on the ground? No, there's not. It's the strangest thing I've ever seen. No snow, but it's freezing outside. Right now, the temperature is, the temperature's up a little bit. It's 20 degrees Fahrenheit, but Nikolai has frostbite on his cheeks. That's how cold it is where they're at. He's not frostbite nowhere else, just on his cheeks, because he wears a helmet, but air still can get to that. And I saw he had two red spots on his cheek, but he's ready to come home. He's tired, and they've been working their heinies off, and they've had a really great tour this time. I mean, the shrimps have been plentiful. They're just doing, everything's going good for a change, which is great, other than what they walked into at the beginning of their tour. So anyway, there's that. All right, let me see who else is coming here. Sylvia's here. Hi, Sylvia. Let me see. And I sound probably a little stuffy. Something's going, I think my sinuses are not, I don't think we got my sinuses under control yet. I woke up stuffed up and I don't feel good today, but we're going to go ahead and do what we got to do. And then Rita said something. What did she? Oh, I asked y'all a question. Let me backtrack here because I asked you what your plans were for the weekend. Let's see who answered that question. Okay. Hi, Jean. It's good to see you. I almost missed seeing you in here. Sherry said she did some running around town today. Rita says plans for the weekend is pick on channel creators. Yeah, I know who you plan on picking on. She says, I am going to do a live. You are? When are you doing your live? You got to let me know, okay? Because I'll try to be there as long as it's not at the same time I'm having one. Because I'll sure come and watch your live. Hi, Mama J. You won something, so please send me your address, says Mona. Congratulations, Andrea. Hey, Mona, are you any closer to our little thing? All right, let me see here. Rita says, I'll admit it. I thought I had started that Star Climber one, but could not find it anywhere. Then was putting Socialite 3 papers away, and lo and behold, I found the Star Climber blocks. Woohoo. Did you buy the paper for Star Climber? I didn't think you bought paper. Hey, Dawn. And hello, Denise. All right. Now, I have a 3-parter question for you guys. And we'll start out with one question to start with. And then we will progress with the questions because I want to, y'all are always asking us, the creators, questions, or you see me asking other creators questions all the time, but, and sometimes I ask questions and sometimes I don't. Mona, I was just wondering if you're any closer to, us, settling our, because I hadn't heard from you since the last time we talked about the sewing machine and everything. Rita says, have the FPP papers. Yes. Oh, that's really cool. Awesome. All right. So the first question is a short question. And I don't want you, I just want you to answer one or the other, because then we're going to progress into the next question. Okay. All right. When you go shopping, do you buy fabric first or do you buy a pattern first? Which way do you start out with the fabric already in hand, or you already have an idea for a pattern and then you go buy fabric? Tell me, which do you usually start with? I can tell you I usually start with fabric. I usually don't even have a pattern in mind when I buy fabric. So do you buy fabric first and then plan a pattern, or have your own design in your head based on what you bought with the fabric? Or do you have a pattern in mind and then you go buy the fabric? Let me know. Because I want to have a discussion, and I want y'all to participate in the discussion. Okay. Andrea says fabric. Denise says fabric. Uh-oh. Rita says fabric, never the pattern first. Judy says pattern first. Jean says fabric. Sylvia says pattern first. Sherry says fabric first. Mona says I buy willy-nilly, no plan, no idea of what I'm doing. Okay. That's okay too. That's a good answer. Anyone else, please answer, because I want to have, we're going to have a little bit of a discussion while I'm sewing. I hope. Oh, these blades are so tiny and they are oily. Anyone else want to answer that question? Cindy says both. Okay. Anyone else? Christina says it all depends on the mood, usually fabric first. Okay. Now, while we're discussing this, how many of you actually don't buy a pattern when you're, some of us don't buy patterns. Now, I like to make quilts from books and things like that too, but Sylvia says this is a most of the time, not all of the time answer. Okay. Yeah, just, All right. So the next thing I'm going to talk about here, because we're talking about this, Rita says, when I go, I just see fabric, and if I like it, I get it. No plan in mind for the fabric. Okay. See, that's how I do it. I don't have a plan when I buy fabric. I just buy because I'm out looking. It just depends on what I'm looking for. So share your thought, because I have some really good questions to ask you so I can get an idea of how y'all think when you're prepping for making something. Carissa says I usually find a picture and make it from that. Nina says fabric first. And then Rita says it is rare that I buy a pattern. Okay. Now, this is going to be, I'm leading up to the next question. How many of you actually buy a pattern versus either you create your own pattern from a picture or you already have patterns in your house, or you have books and you're looking at the books and you're like, oh, I want to make something like this, but don't exactly follow it. Which one is your favorite thing to do? Buy a new pattern, create what you want to from inside your head, or do you use some type of like from a book or from a pattern you already have on hand? What do you like to start with? Denise says, I like to look for free patterns. Come on, you guys. I want you to talk. I want you to talk to me because I am on a mission. Jean says free patterns. Why is this not laying right? Ooh, if I'm not careful, I'm going to cut my finger. Raven says, I usually make free patterns. The ones I buy just sit around. Okay. Sylvia says, patterns from books I have and occasionally pattern purchase. Jean says, also books from the library, Libby online. Okay. Cindy says, patterns online or purchase. Never have I made my own pattern. Very few books here. Love Lori Holt. Janice says, free patterns. Sylvie says, oh, yes, lots from free patterns. Judy says, it will vary depending on what I happen to have my mind. Okay. On my mind. Okay. Andrea says, I make my own patterns usually. And Rita says, literally own one book now, lost all my patterns and books due to a flood. And then I have 3 magazines I bought a month ago, purchased 2 PDF patterns. Then I have thousands of PDF patterns saved. Carissa says, you really don't need a pattern if you're good with visuals. Yeah, I agree. I'd rather spend the money on fabric unless it is a really cool paper piece pattern I can't get for free. Hi, Alicia. She says, like to make up my own. It's good to see you. Rita says, have made several quilts from my own pattern. And Sherry says, patterns online, buy or free. Okay, now I'm going, and if you want me to type this next question, I can. So here's my next question for all y'all. And I want you to think about it before you answer it. Question number 1 is, how and where do you find your inspiration? Let me know how you discover how you get your inspiration to decide to make something. Where do you get it from? Let me know. Think about that for a minute before you answer. Where do you get your inspiration from? I can give you, if you need an example, I found inspiration when I went to QuiltCon in 2024. I saw things as like, it inspired me. So what inspires you when you're ready to make something? Let me know. Rita says she does make a lot of stuff from looking at a photo. Carissa says boredom. That's a good answer. I love what I love it. Oh. Yeah, you got me tickled now. I love you guys. You're just so much fun to talk to. Let's see. Ooh, that just flew. Mona says, I look at old vintage stuff. And then Carissa says, same Rita, I make too many tops to buy all I make too many tops to buy all patterns. Okay. Then she said, Rita says, my own abilities, I can look at a soda can and say, okay, or sorry, y'all, I'm gonna be doing this a lot tonight. Or biggest inspiration are the channel creators such as Katie, Danny, Tammy, Cherry, and so many others. Cindy says, I find inspiration from pictures, images online, friends sharing, my online quilt guild, but especially YouTube. Sylvia says, YouTube and books. Judy says, it depends on if I'm making it for someone or just creating something for myself. But where do you get that inspiration from, Judy? Carissa says, it is rare that I buy a pattern. Oh, that was Rita that said that. Sorry. Um, Andrea says she gets inspiration from many places, sometimes other YouTubers, sometimes Pinterest, sometimes I dream something and then make it happen. I love that answer. All right, somehow my stuff got mixed up here. Anyone else? Mona says, I'll be back later. Both devices need charging. Okay. See you when you come back. Let's try this. I'm going to take these two out. Put these two in. Oh, that's too much yellow. Nope, that doesn't work. Well, maybe I'll put the red back in there. Let's try this. Okay. Sherry says researching YouTube, Pinterest, or around. Okay. All right. So now I have a second question. Anyone else want to answer that question? Because I have another question after that. And I know you're like, what is going on here? Why all the questions? Because I'm interested in, I'm trying to figure out something. I'm on a mission. Anyone else? Oh, that's not going to work. Nina said, oh, wait. Andrea says, all the questions is because inquiring minds want to know, and Katie has an inquiring mind. Yes, I do. You got that right. And then Nina says, I have been doing design work for 40 years. Inspiration comes from everything and everywhere. The Googles have made it easy to hit images and slide down the rabbit hole. Y'all, I get my inspiration from, part of my inspiration just comes from living here in Greenland. A lot of it does anyway. The color inspiration does. But when it comes to patterns and things like that, I've noticed that I go out and I love looking at pictures of other people's quilts. When I went to, that's too much red. No, maybe it's okay. I don't know. I don't like the way that one looks right now. So I'm gonna pull this one aside for right now, because I'll just make some more and we'll mix up the color some more. Yeah. I got distracted, sorry. I get mine from living in Greenland's part of it. When I went to QuiltCon, I realized that it's definitely possible to make a 100-color quilt. In fact, that Alice in Wonderland that I'm doing with Sherry is going to have 100 colors, or probably more than that, actually. But we'll see where it leads. Now, will it be beautiful? I hope so. I really do, because I'm using a dark background. But when I saw all those quilts at QuiltCon, it just really inspired me, especially some of the sections that you don't think much about. You know, I'm not much of a minimalist, so I didn't really connect with much of the minimal styles of modern quilts that I saw. Now, some of them were really beautiful and I liked them, but there was some that, you know, it's like, meh, you know, no thanks. But then, you know, they had a maximalist one. They had, which was amazing because they used every inch of that quilt top with color. And you know, when you look at it, you're like, wow, there's just this huge quilt with nothing but color in your face, you know. And then there's the ones where you have the young people, the kids. There was different age group quilts, and some of them, oh my God, they're going to be, when they become adults, they are going to be kicking the industry's butt because of the way how good they are at what they're doing. And so I got a lot of inspiration like that. Springtime gives me inspiration. Fall gives me inspiration because of color. I have always been a person of color. I love color. Doesn't matter what it is. I'm drawn to it. And then every now and then I see somebody's quilt and I'm like, oh, I want to make one just like it. One of the things I try not to do is I don't want my quilt to look like someone else's. I feel like that when creators, let's use a pattern. Andrea is a good example. Andrea asked me to test a pattern for her. And I asked a few questions. And one of my questions was, can I just do my own thing? Meaning, can I use my own colors? She said, sure. So I took her design and I used Batiks, and I put a lot of really in-your-face bright colors and happy colors in it. And it was inspiring to make her pattern because her pattern was a lot of fun. It made me feel like I was building Lego blocks, actually, just like that Stronger Together quilt that I did. It reminded me of doing Lego blocks. And it was really inspiring because it made me want to keep on going. And that's why I did it the way I did it. You know, you see a lot of people that, an example is, you know, they put out quilt kits or they put out a sew along, and the designer will say, well, we need to use these colors. And so you end up with quilts that all look the same because they're using the same colorway, the same color, all of it. And to me, I want to be creative and have my own, trying to think of the right word. How one person defines a quilt pattern may be completely different from what another person defines it. So when they use a pattern or they design a pattern, they're doing it in a way that how they interpret that pattern. And then you might get a second person doing that pattern, and that person will interpret that pattern differently, and their pattern will look different. You can take one pattern and use different colors in each one of them, and the quilt will look completely different from what you saw on the first one. And that's what makes this whole community wonderful, because one of the things I noticed when I was sharing a lot of the viewers' quilts during my 12-hour live and recently the other live, is you guys are gifted. I mean, y'all are impressive. I mean, I feel like I have a lot of catching up to do, but all I'm pointing out is each person interprets things different, and then they use a different colorway, or even if they use the same colorway someone else has used, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to come out the same, depending on if they follow letter to letter the pattern, or if they follow the pattern, but they use the same colors in a different way within the design. Does that all make sense to you guys? I hope I'm not offending anyone. She says, all right, now let me catch up with you guys. All right. Sometimes a friend like Sherry sends me a book, and all of the inspiration lately comes from those books. I'm enjoying your videos, Andrea. Denise says, sometimes I get more enjoyment out of playing with my scraps and making 9 patches. Yes, there you go. Hey, Danny. She says, hi, lady. Can't stay at work, but wanted to say hi. Hi, girlfriend. I shared your channel today, by the way. And then Rita says, colorway. In my world, the colorway is whatever I pick. Yep. And then Lori says, if I use a kit, I will swap fabrics out and use some of my stack. See, creativity, interpreting the pattern different, changing a color out so you can put another color in it. This is all how you get inspiration and how you get creative with what you're doing. And that's what makes each one of y'all's quilt tops or quilts so beautiful, is because it's your spin on someone else's pattern, or it's your spin on your own design that you had in your head, or that you looked at a picture and you said, oh, I want to make that, and I think I can make that. And you take that picture and you turn it into something beautiful. Rita says, which is exactly why I do not have a desire to buy fabrics and kits. I like colors and things from all different places. And then Rita says, Andrea, exactly. The 1,000-block book is the most inspired I have been in a long time. I'm so glad, Rita, because I was really hoping that the book would inspire you. And it looks like it has, because your appliques are amazing. All right, now here's my next question. We're going to go back. It's kind of going back to the original question, okay? When you find your inspiration, how do you decide on fabric and pattern? Now, the first question was, did you start out with fabric or pattern? Most of you said fabric, some said a pattern, or they designed their own pattern. So this question has to do with, when you find your inspiration, how do you decide on your fabric and a design? How do you do that? How do you find that? Let me know. Andrea says, as a pattern designer, we not only expect people to take our pattern and make it their way by choosing their own colorways, but it excites us to see what they create using our patterns. Yes, that has to be quite rewarding for a pattern designer when someone does that. Cindy says, shop my stash first to see if there's enough. If not, I go shopping for fabrics. Okay. I have to say that there's been times when I had thought I had everything I wanted for my from my stash, and then discover, like right now, I'm discovering I'm about to run out of yellow, and I'm I'm panicking right now because I've realized I guess I've used an excessive amount of yellow this past year. I didn't realize I had put such a big dent in my yellow department. But yeah, you're right. Sometimes when you're deciding on what you're going to make, uh, you know, you discover you need to add to that. I look at my fabric, pick the fabric, and then go find a pattern or just sew it together, such as just made one block that is super big, that is made from 2.5-inch squares and 2.5-inch strips. Hey, Deb, welcome, welcome. Those of you who are channel creators, don't forget to share your channel by typing exclamation selfie. Sherry says, I'm with Cindy, shop stash. Yeah, I mean, y'all have seen me this year shop from my stash this past year. Between my stash and my scraps is what I've been, like this star climber. This is all coming from my Batik stash. What is the deal with this? Hey, Lori. Andrew says, I have a limited budget and I depend on fabric donations, so I have to plan around what I have on hand. Sometimes a design comes from what I have available. Oh, cool. And then Rita says, when I run out of a color, I just choose a different color. I don't think I can live without yellow. Yellow just makes things pop. Rita says, which is why I do 99% of my stuff. Why 99% of my stuff is scrappy. Yeah. My 1000 block was from scraps. Uh, Star Climbers from scraps. The Katie's Creative Chaos is from all of the freaking charm squares I have in my house right now that I bought between 2015 and 2020, because that's when I stopped buying charm squares because I realized that I wanted yardage more. Rita says, I just remembered why I never did the Star Climber quilt and stopped with the courthouse stairs. The woven star is not one of my, I enjoy this woven star. I think it's a lot of fun. Which size did you buy of the paper? Because I'm using 4.5-inch. Lori says, I love Scrappy for that reason. Yep. Alicia says, it's such a happy color. Yes, it is. I've been looking on Fat Quarter Shop and a couple other, looking at their yellows batiks. I still have plenty of yellow for regular cotton. I'm not hurting on my cotton department. It's my batiks that I'm hurting on for the yellow, because I generally don't. I have one quilt top that has batik and cotton mixed together, but outside of that, I try to keep the two separated. You have all three sizes. What? Wait, 3, 4, 5, and there's not a a 3-inch star climber that I know about. I'll have to go look for that one because that's tiny. Maybe some other company put out one for that woven star. Did you buy them from Fat Quarter Shop or was it somebody else's Star Climber, Rita? Or not Star Climber, but Woven Star, sorry. So yeah, it has 6-inch wide strips, and I've been using those lately. Yeah, I wish I could buy from So Yeah, but I can't, unfortunately. I used to buy from them until their shipping went through the roof. Oh, that's interesting. On Etsy, you can find a PDF of the Woven Star that is several sizes, says Andrea. Oh, okay. Yeah, I buy mine from Fat Quarter Shop. That's why I've enjoyed because Kimberly puts explicit instructions on hers of what size rectangles to use and everything, and it works. And to me, it's very simple. Her instructions are so easy to follow. She dropped block 2 of socialites today too. That block looks like a lot of fun. She put it together so fast on the live today. It was pretty amazing. I can't wait for me and Shonda to start our sew together of socialites. We'll be starting that next week on a Friday. It'll be our first Friday doing the blocks together. I'm super excited. I'm still thinking, even though I'm going to do blue and purple, I'm still thinking I want to stick yellow in there. I keep saying, we need some yellow in there. On Okay, so did anyone else want to answer that question that I asked about inspiration on how do you decide on fabric and your pattern? Ouch! That hurt. Oh my goodness. We might have a bloody finger tonight. All right, let's sew this first star together. I need a leader. That's smarted. Oh, by the way, I was going to ask you guys a question. My machine is nearing. It's time for me to not only clean it, but I need to take the bottom off of it because I'm pretty sure I have straight pins in the bottom of my sewing machine. Would y'all like to see me do that on a live? Because I think I have another rig that can clip over here onto the side, and I think I can point the cell phone down low enough where you can see what I'm doing. Would y'all like to see me take the bottom off my Janome? Because we got to go on a straight pin hunt. And it's a good chance to have a look and make sure there's not too much dust down on the bottom. Would y'all like to see that on a live? Carissa, you live in the United States. I don't. It used to be that shipping would be about $45 for about 12 yards of fabric. Now it's triple that. So it doesn't behoove me to buy fabric if I have to pay $15 a yard for it. It happened when they made a deal with Canada to do $20 shipping. And then when that happened, our those of us overseas, our shipping went up, especially for Greenland. Because I'm the only one in Greenland buying fabric from them. So I haven't bought from them in a long time now. About since whenever it was they made the deal with Canada. Okay, let's get these next ones done. Yes, I want to see you put it back together, huh? Sure, sis. Yeah, I think I can get, because I have a rig where it has a clip on it, and I can clip it to the side of the shelf because Melanie sent me an extra rig like you did, but I haven't used it yet. And I should be able to pull it down right where you can see it. And I just got to figure out what to do about the lighting part. And I think I have that figured out about the lighting too. That way you can see inside the machine. I am going to be cutting fabric and getting ready to film my next block, so I will not be in chat or be able to see the chat, but I have you on the TV so I can watch and listen. Okay. And Denise says, yes, I would love to see you do that. Because I think I would like to do this maybe tomorrow on the live. I don't know if y'all want me to start it. I think I'll start it at the beginning of the live and then we'll sew afterwards. It's not going to take it should take less than an hour to do everything, because I'm gonna take everything apart and clean the top half of it, and then I'll flip it on its side and we'll go up, because I'm not going to put everything back on until after I'm done with underneath it. It's okay. All right, I think I'm caught up. Sherry says, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, I got some cutting to do for Sunday. Sherry, did you see my little short? I tagged you in it. Come on, needle, get where I want you at. There we go. Hello. I'm gonna have trouble saying your name. Is it Freda or Frida? She says, hello. I watched your unpacking yesterday and I thought I couldn't find what you need and I thought I could find what you need at the European Amazon. Wouldn't the shipping be cheap? Well, I can't buy from it. Well, I don't think the European, I've checked Amazon in UK and they don't ship to Greenland. It's because we're not part of the European Union. We're part of everything else. We're just not part of the European Union. And so they don't ship to Greenland other than videos and books. So that's why I send stuff to my friend's house And then she puts it in a big box and ships it to me. Okay, Sherry. Believe me, if I could order from Europe and not have to, oh, no, my name is Ellie. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Ow, I keep poking myself. Hey, Terry, she says, hi, everyone. Happy Friday. What in the world is wrong with you, man? Oh, I see what's wrong. We're not getting through all of the layers. What part of the world are you from, Eli or Ellie? And Terry, what are you working on today? Are you just chilling? All right, let's ask some questions. Let me see here. What can I ask today that I haven't asked so far? Okay. How many of you, when you're doing a pattern, do you do? Okay. As you know, some free patterns come with color sheets. How many of you guys do the color sheet just to give yourself an idea of what you want to use for colors in a freebie color quilt pattern? How many of you do color sheets? She says, just left work. Hope you had a good work day. Ellie says, I was thinking maybe I could buy my fabric from Holland. I live in Germany. Yeah, the Netherlands. I was wondering what kind of on. I know that Sugary Do sells fabric, and I bought a little bit from her, but she doesn't carry any batiks, and I am totally a batik person. Otherwise, I'd buy batiks from her, but she doesn't sell batiks, unfortunately. What Ellie, just is there a lot of quilters in Germany? Lori says never use color sheets. Sherry says on Alice's Wonderland, I look at fabric sheets. Okay. Netherlands has so much different fabric, Moda, and so on. Yeah, I just need to figure out what kind of online sites they. I know Sugary Do but she also has her own fabric lines too. Um, but yeah, I'll have to do some more research because maybe they'll ship to me. I don't know. Carissa says never. I hope you like the short, Sherry. I buy vintage fabric on an app called Whatnot. It is like an auction. Yep, I've heard of it. I don't trust those things. Ellie says, no, I can't find anyone that has any interest in quilting. That's interesting. I wonder why. So you're like me, you probably don't have no one you can sew with. Yeah, as far as I know, there's nobody made that besides myself that makes quilts here in Greenland. Not that I know of, anyway. I'll take a look on my phone. Okay. I am having trouble with pins today. I don't know what in the world is going on here. Let me go in on the other side. Maybe it'd help if I did it from the other side. Before Easter, we have a market and the Dutch come. Oh, that's cool. All right. Okay, let's see what we can do about questions. Let's see. Rita says, well, I went outside to add water to my ponds and the hummingbirds decided I was in their way, silly birds. Ellie says, oops, we have a huge fabric market. Oh, cool. Rita, Cindy says, Rita, hummingbirds are my favorite. All right, let's do a random question. You can only pick one. Which is your favorite, cats or dogs? Which do you like over the other, cats or dogs? Carrie says, sorry, Katie, I was driving, but I never used the color guide. Okay. I was wondering if anyone does a color sheet. I don't. Every now and then I might, but it's hard to do colors that matches fabric. But sometimes I'll do it if I want to get a generalized idea, but it's very rare that I do it. And I'm also going to do another giveaway tonight. Y'all get to guess how much is in these boxes. And then that'll probably be it for this month on giving something away. But I'm going to do the giveaway. Let's see, what time is it right now? I'll probably do the giveaway in another 2 hours, or maybe hour and a half. Maybe I'll do it in an hour and a half. It'll be another gift card. Who knows? I might feel generous and do 2 of them. You never know. Dogs, but I have a cat because you have to pay a yearly fee. You can only pick one. Uh-oh, what just happened? Cindy, I love it. All right, let's see. Rita says there is no picking both. There is no picking both. Yeah, you can't pick both. You have to pick only one. Sherry says dogs. Rita says I have always had both cats and dogs, but I like them both. Sherry says my Dotson is looking at me and my Dotson is looking at me, so I better say dogs. Hi, Delia. Oh, you all are funny. Delia, I already said hi to her. Denise says both. Y'all have to pick one over the other one. Ellie says dogs, but I have a cat because you have to pay a fee. Terry says neither for me. I admire them from a distance. Uh-oh, that jumped. Rita says the only time I ever look at a color chart is, well, what I mean by, I think we have a misinterpretation of color chart. I know I have one printed with pattern I'm working on. Oh, for where the heck is my back quarter shop socialites pages? Because it came with a color sheet. Oh, here we go. This is what I'm talking about. Because I think we might have a, how we define something. I'm talking about a color sheet where you color the sheet yourself. This. Do any of you color these that come with, because a lot of patterns come with these where you can color them. I don't color, I only color them if I'm trying to figure something out. But that's, like I said, it's very rare that I do that. Ellie says for dogs. Delia says dogs. Hi, Patty G. She says she just got home from shopping. Nina says cats. And Delia says hi to Patty G. And Patty G says dogs. I think that's what I just saw. The screen jumped again. Where did it go? Patty says dogs, and Sherry's Katie, and then Sherry says, Katie, that is beautiful. Oh, I was hoping you would like it. Thank you. Shirley says, good afternoon, everyone. And Raven says, dogs, but we have both. Delia says hi to Shirley. Denise says, my cat thinks he's a dog. Yeah, I had a cat that thought he was a dog too. Shirley says, we have both, but I prefer dogs. Shirley says hi to Delia. And then Rita says, I should say neither, as I am severely allergic, but have always had them. Carissa says, prefer dogs, but I have 9 cats at one. I've had 9 cats at one time and I miss them. Oh my God. I couldn't even imagine having that many cats in my house. These cats brought a mouse nest to the first floor over the night and vacuumed that up this morning. Just now they have an injured mouse in the same spot. My Dotson eats mice. She catches them and she eats them. Raven says, I should be happy they're doing their job. Yep. And Sherry says, nope, I do not. She says, nope, I do not color. Rita says, color them when I'm bored, but put designs on them. Ha ha. Delia says, doing well, Carissa, and you. And Ellie says, come say hello again. And Raven says, at least you could tell what is what. My cats do their job, but remove the head and leave barely enough to say it's something. Yeah, Nora just swallows them. I wish she would remember. I wish she would remember to dispatch them before she swallows them, though, because a lot of times she swallows them, and then she has to. Yeah, she does something because they wiggle around in her stomach. So we haven't had mice in our, usually in the fall time when the temperatures change, we'll end up with a couple of mice families in our house that we have to take care of. We haven't had none in the last 2 years because of my resident mouse catcher. So have had a trap set, because usually you'll find them in the cold room. That's where they start, is in the cold room. And but we've had a trap set for the last 2 years, and we keep putting fresh bait on it. No mice. She's eating them is what she's doing. The color only. Uh-oh, I missed it again. Jean says the color only when FPP. Okay. Let me see here. Raven says, I'm going to turn the light on at night when I walk through there. The 3-year-old usually puts them in my sewing room next to my chair for me. Oh no. Say, see what I did, Mom? The cat I had in Florida before I moved to Greenland, he would ask to be let out the door, and I'd let him out because he didn't have a litter box in the house. And he would come back a couple hours later, and I'd open the back door to let him in, and there would be a dead baby squirrel at the door. He would climb up the tree and rob a nest of baby squirrels. And he didn't eat them. I think he dispatched them for fun. Katie, did you know that today is International Polar Bear Day? Actually, no, I didn't. I'll have to ask my husband about that. Well, only thing I get in my house is baby lizards. Lizards are a good thing to have. They eat spiders and flies and everything else. The cat, I'm surprised your cats doesn't eat the lizards though. The cats keep the mouse out. Plus, I put out fresh mint soda to keep them out of the house. Krista said last year my dog watched a mouse walk in front of her and did nothing, but she loves chasing rabbits just to freak them out. Oh, y'all, that's so funny. That's really great. I love it. This is not lined up right. Why are you not lined up right? Can't have you doing that. All right, let's pin you from the other side. The wallpaper on my computer this morning was of a polar bear, so I used Lens to look up the picture and it brought me to the news article talking about it. Oh, okay. Okay. I didn't know it was International Polar Bear Day, actually. Krista says, fun fact, when I was pregnant, I caught a mama mouse in a trap and found the nest later full of babies. I syringed fed them animal formula. I'm doing good, Delia, trying to keep doing the mosaic quilt. Hi, Carrie. I flush babies down the toilet. Carissa, don't get bored until it's completed. Welcome back, Sherry. Okay, let's ask another question. I'm running out of questions. I'm gonna have to start looking up questions. Oh, let me look at our little poll, see how that's going. What does Ux aureus mean? Let's see. Right now we got 36 votes. 14% so far is voted on luxurious but tasteful, 31% being fond of one's wife, 42% apathetic to wealth and luxury, and 14% is being boring and complacent. And we'll do the answer for that in another hour too. You'll be surprised which one it is. Just saying, because I know I was. Because I got that one wrong. Andrea, haha, now that is funny. She says, was watching one of the farm channels I watched, and the guy was cleaning out his chicken coop and a mouse jumped out at him. The guy screamed like a girl. I almost fell out laughing at him. Oh, I'll bet. Sherry says, we're going to start charging you for the questions, laugh out loud. Hey, I got to keep y'all going. My tender pregnant feelings, I just couldn't get rid of them, Katie, until they were mostly big enough to let outside. Yeah, there's I'm pretty pragmatic because when you dispatch their mother, I'm not bottle feeding them. I don't think so, but I get about you being pregnant. I don't mind mice if they just wouldn't come in and damage my pantry. But no, I discovered that they will eat. So you can buy tomato sauce in the same kind of waxy container you buy milk in. They will chew through that. I guess they can smell the tomato sauce. I walked in my cold room and there was red sauce or tomato sauce on the floor. And I'm like, what the heck? And you could see where it was dripping from. And I looked up, they had chewed a hole in it and it was everywhere. So if I buy tomato sauce like that, I store it in the kitchen because I don't go in the cold room every day. Let's see. Carissa says, I'm trying, Delia. Really, really trying. Only on the first quadrant in Dragon. And Delia says, gotcha. Maybe work on something different and then go back to it. That's a good idea, actually. And Rita says, fresh mint makes mice go away. I don't have access to fresh mint. Sorry. There's no such thing as fresh mint. I don't even know if I can buy mint, actually. I'd probably have to have that shipped from the United States. Or grow my own. And I'm not sure if it's what temperature is required to grow mint. Same with peppermint. Don't have access to peppermint either, Rita. When we were having this discussion yesterday, one kid, when I told you there's a lot of things that we don't have access to, I wasn't joshing you. Because we were talking about this yesterday about the things we can and can't get. And and then there probably is Nora. Nora would probably eat it. I'm trying to find a leader. Seems I lose leaders like they're going out of style around here. Four and a half inch. Yep, I'm paper piecing. These are the woven star, 4.5 inch for the star climber. And we're gonna do a couple drawings in a bit. Y'all are gonna get to guess how many I've done so far. We'll see who comes closest. And then that'll be into my giveaway for a couple months. All right. Let's see what we get from this. Hi, Laura. I hope you're doing well today. Get liquid peppermint. I don't think they don't sell that here either, Carissa. There's so many things that we don't have access to. Hey, Jess. Denise says, my grandma lived in northern Nebraska where it gets pretty cold. She had mint growing in near her house. Most dogs won't eat mint because it's strong. Grow your own in a window box. I don't mind dispatching mice, you guys. They'll still come in the house regardless of it. Because they find ways to get in the house. I'm not sure how they're getting in our house, actually. I think there's a radiator in the cold room. It's the only part of the house that has an actual radiator in it because we chose not to put heated flooring in that room because we were storing food and other things in there. And I think they're coming up through the water. There's a small hole where the water line goes to the radiator, and I think that's where they crawl up the line at. But like I said, I haven't seen mice in the last 2 years because I think Nora's taking care of them. She sees them as food. Shirley says, Katie, according to Google, mint can grow in Greenland, especially in containers. I'll have to see if I can find some seeds. But if I grow it, what am I going to use it for? I mean, like I said, I don't mind dispatching mice. How you doing, Jess? Hey, Jess, I watched Fat Quarter Shops live today. You know that pattern that you're working on with the Elizabeth Hartman pattern you've been doing? She talked about that pattern today on the live. She's going I guess she's going to be selling it as a kit or something, or with fabric as a kit. Where is my uh-oh. Oh, here it is. Okay, we got one side of the star. We're doing good, Katie. I'm just driving home from grocery shopping and listening to you. Okay. Um, I thought you'd find that interesting about Kimberly doing the thing about the Elizabeth Hartman pattern, because that's the first time I've actually seen her comment on a pattern of that type. Apparently she likes that one. I use peppermint all the time. It helps calm your tummy, says Laura. Yeah, they're gonna so I guess there's a kit they're gonna have with it or something. That quilter she showed that it's already been sewn is beautiful though. Okay, where's my tweezers? I thought I just had them in my, oh, here they are. What I'm doing is I'm not tearing all the paper off. I'm just getting rid of the paper that's on the seam allowance right here, because when I get ready to sew, this where the seams are running into each other right here in the middle and right here and right here, I didn't want that additional bulk there. It's already going to have bulk because there's paper here, but by getting rid of it on this main seam here, it helps make things go together better. Katie, I think Cindy had a question for you. You might have missed it. Okay, hold on. Katie, uh-oh. How long will Nico be home this time when he gets back to you? Okay, he comes home. Is that the question that I missed to start with, Carissa? He comes home on the 2nd of March. No, he gets off the boat on the 2nd, and he should be home on the 3rd. And then he has to go back to sea on April 23rd. This is a short home. This, yeah, he's only going to be home for a short amount of time this go around. But then when he'll get back off the boat on June, because he'll go April and May, and then he gets off on June the 17th, I think, because we're going to be going to Denmark as soon as he gets off. The reason this is so short is because they do this. Remember how I've talked about every other year he has to be at sea during Christmas and New Year's, and then the following year he's off. And so whenever he like he was off this past time, usually when they come home that second go around, then they're home for like 6 weeks instead of 8, and because they do like a schedule change. So this year they'll be working more hours than the other team will, and then next year the other team will work more hours than they work. They rotate it back and forth. So he'll be home until the 3rd week in April. Was that the question that you asked earlier, Carissa? Or do I need to scroll and look? Cindy says, oh, just wondering, how long have you been on YouTube? Were you on YouTube before Greenland? No. In fact, the last time I went to Denmark, I wasn't on YouTube. I mean, I never watched YouTube until after I moved here, and I didn't start watching it constantly until 2015, 2016, somewhere around that time frame. But I didn't start a channel until 2.5 years ago. It shows that I've had the channel longer, but I never pulled the trigger until I didn't actually drop my first video until July the 2nd, I think, of 2023. That's when I dropped my first video. And then a week later, I think I went live with Sean's help. Yes, Denmark's going to be fun. You're right. And I'm going to get lots of footage for you guys. And also, we're going to try to go live a couple, at least, I think we plan on being there maybe up to 3 weeks. So I'm going to try to go live at least once or twice during the week. And then also I will be making video footage because I'll edit that, and then I'll try to get some of it uploaded. Maybe I can get it uploaded from there. We'll see. It depends on how much access to internet I've got. It depends on the hotel and where we're at. Oh, yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm gonna make sure you guys see all I can show you. I definitely gonna try to. I would like to try to go live, do like little short lives, like when I find a fabric store or a sewing machine shop. I'm hoping I can find a regular quilt shop, and if I do, I'm definitely going to try to go live for that, for even if it's just for 10 or 15 minutes to show you a little bit, and then I'll film it the rest of the way because I have to watch. We only right on our phone service. Um, we can talk unlimited hours overseas. Like when I call the United States, I don't have to pay long distance, and I can talk for hours if I want. But with my data, because I chose 20 gigs because I don't use enough of it to warrant paying for more than 20 gigs. And so it's really, I discovered it's really easy to use up 20 gigs when you're live streaming. Yeah, John says, I just left the sewing expo and saw your M8 fancy. Yes, indeedy. And it has a stitch regulator on there. It'll be great for quilting with, but it's expensive right now. Hey, Donna. Janice says, I just heard that Neil Sedaka passed. He was known for breaking up is hard to do and laughter in the rain. I remember his music. They're all getting older than us. There was a thing about Steve Perry today. Did you know he's 75 years old now? Jaja, did you also see the M17? Okay, we're getting closer to sewing these together to make the stars. I'm going to take them over to the iron though, because I want to put heat to these seams so that they'll lay down flat. Jaja, did you see my or hear my question? Jaja says, was that the one that has the 2-in-1? Yes, it's huge. It does embroidery. It does everything, including embroidery. That thing is massive. I think it would take up this whole desk. But I don't want it because I'm not interested in the embroidery part of it. I probably would never use it. Because don't, but I love how long the neck is on it. The neck is long. It's just too bad it's so expensive. It's worse than the M8. The M8 is pretty pricey, but that M17 is even worse. But it's still not as bad as a long arm, I guess, in the grander scheme of things. Yep, it's the one that does the embroidery though. We saw one at two different quilt shops when we were shop hopping. And I was totally amazed about how big it was though. Golly bum, it's big. So is the price of those two, the price of a M17 is about 30,000 US dollars. That's why I'm like, no, not happening. But if I'm patient, maybe we can get one, the M8 in Denmark at a good price, or maybe I can find one in, I don't know, the Netherlands or something that's better priced. Because they're right now, because of inflation, they went up. This machine I paid, we got it on sale for 12,000 Danish kroners, which is about 1,800 US dollars. But if you look online for this 6700P in the United States, it's around 3,000 US dollars right now. And it has gone up even over here with inflation. Which I don't understand, because a lot of these machines, this machine's been out on the market for a long while now. I bought the 1500 about 7 years ago. A lady came up and was asking if I needed help. I said, oh no, just looking, thank you. Yep, it's one of those dreamy Cadillac of a machine. All right, I'm trying to wake up my. Oh, let's see if we woke it up. Yep, it's awake. While I'm waiting on that to heat up some more, I'm gonna go fill my cup up real quick. I'll be right back. I need more to drink. Okay, let's get these sewn together. I heard someone talking about they bought from Temu before. Okay, I'm backtracking to catch up on what y'all said. Okay, Jaja says, my grandma sat down in front of the brother Avenir, I don't know how to spell it. And I said, oh my God, they are going to come over here. And then Carissa says, I saw one that did embroidery and regular sewing was over 22.5. Yep, that sounds about right. Jenna says, oh my God, I had someone ask me to make a baby quilt. She said she would order the fabric from Temu. I have never ordered anything from Temu. I can't imagine the fabric would be anything but cheap. Carissa says, on sale, by the way, at one of the local quilt shops. Wow, that's cool. And then Janet says, has anyone had any experience with Timu? And then Delia says, I saw one in Florida when I was there in January for over 25 grand. Yep. Only problem is if that's your only machine and something breaks on one of the sections, you've got nothing to use while it's fixed. Right now, I only have one sewing machine, and it's this 6700P. I have that Singer Talent, but there ain't no way I'm getting back on that thing. No, 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 no. That's why I want to look for a second machine, because this one's 6 years old and never been serviced. And I don't, with having a YouTube channel, I can't send this thing off and be a month without it. That just, yeah, not happening. um, Agreed, Janet would even hold up to or be soft enough for baby. And then Jaja says, I never tried Timu fabric, Janet. Uh-oh, it bounced again. I've never ordered anything from there. And then Denise says it's not very good quality. Janice. Janice is in here? Please tell me I didn't miss something. Where's Janice? I don't see her. Because I would have said hello to her. Um, Carissa says, would it? And then Janet says, thank you. I would rather use some of my scrap fabric and just give it to her than use that. I will notify her. Yeah, you never know what you're going to get. Do not order Timu fabric, says Raven. It says cotton, but it wasn't. Thank you for the info, Raven. And then Delia says, I enjoy having my sewing machines and my embroidery machine separate. Yeah, I just don't really have a strong desire to have a embroidery machine. And that's why I haven't even leaned anywhere near thinking about an M17, but I am wanting an M8 because it'd be perfect for my needs. Because I've come to love this 6700P. I love it, but I want a longer neck, and the M8 has a longer neck. Plus, it has a stitch regulator for free motion quilting, which would benefit me because I still haven't learned how to do that. All right, let's get these pinned together. Okay, when I get these three sewn together, we're going to do the first drawing. So you guys are going to get to try and guess how many woven stars are in this box. Carissa says, I get called Carrie and Clarissa all the time, Janet. Katie, my embroidered. Oh, wait. I already read that one. And then Deb says, I ordered some fabric from Timu and it wasn't cotton, even though the description said it was. It also said, do not use an iron on it. Well, that doesn't sound promising to me. My two Jukis and my two embroidery machines were less than the 2 for 1, says Delia. The tannery got themselves a really big Juki this past year. I think they're still trying to learn how to use it because all their other machines are industrial brother machines, and 2 of them, oh my goodness, they are, I bet they're at least 50 or 60 years old from the looks of them, because the whole thing is all metal. There's no like plastic covering on the outside of them. They are beautiful, and they have 6 here they call them overlock machines. They use them to sew the seal skins together. Hey, Andy, how are you feeling today? Raven says I use Timo for other things, but I wouldn't order fabric again. I've watched a couple of Temu unboxings, and I have to say I'm not too terribly impressed. They kind of remind me of dollar store kind of stuff. A hair better, but not much yet. Okay. You keep on taking care of yourself and get plenty of rest. That's not what I wanted to do. You're welcome, hon. I'm going to see if these cats will let me sew in peace, says Shirley. I'll be lurking. Okay. The Janome 15,000 has a long neck and also does embroidery, but I have not used that part yet. Cost me over 8,000 for going, and was going to for 12,000. That's interesting. The neck, the only Janomes I saw with really long necks is this one I got, and the M8. You have to search for what you want in the search engine, that then search Temu for the picture that matches the exact item. I had good results. Donna, that's not a bad price. All right, we got that one pinned. Let's get this next one pinned. Okay, we're coming along on this. Patty says, my neighbor ordered towels and washcloths from Temu. The towels are my dog's blankie and the washcloths are my granddaughter's Barbie blankets. Oh my goodness, they're tiny then. All right, let's get these put together. These ones are trying to be wonky for some weird reason. They are tiny and very thin. That's why I made the comment. They're probably a lot like dollar store stuff. Now, some stuff in dollar store is not bad, but most of it's just, you know, the lower end is lower scale of things. I have never purchased from Temu, says Delia. Neither have I. There's where all my leaders are at. They're sitting in my straight band bowl. That's why I couldn't find them. All right, we got the second one pinned. Got one more to pin. Then we'll do the first guessing drawing. The dollar store has better quality towels than Temu. At least with Dollar General, you can actually dry off after a shower. Come on now. Trying to get in between the seams. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up, says Andy. Thank you, Andy. Sorry, I'm trying to concentrate on getting these lined up properly. And I can hear my laptop going off. Someone's sending me text messages. From the sounds of it, someone's sending pictures. Okay, we're going to get closer here. Just a second. We'll sew these and then we'll do a drawing. And then I'll do some more sewing. Ignore the laptop. It's me, not urgent. Oh, okay, Cynthia. Thank you for telling me because I was wondering who it was. Because I keep hearing it go beep, beep. Hey, I'll send you that information you asked for too. I was tired last night and went to sleep. And then when I woke up today, I'm like, uh-oh, I forgot to take care of Cynthia. If you are a YouTube creator, type exclamation selfie, you guys, to share your channel in the channel. Share share your link in the channel. Yeah, that was what I was trying to get out of my mouth. You're more than welcome to share the link. Type exclamation selfie. Cynthia says, sounds good. Okay. Yeah, I went to bed last night for a change. I think it's because I was just tired. Oh, let's pop a needle, right? Oh, you still caught me. I hate when that happens. Oh, hang on a second. I missed something, looks like. Oh, no. Apparently, I accidentally unplugged my phone. That's why we lost the camera. Okay, now it's going to come back on, maybe. Now that I got the power source back on it. It doesn't take long to kill a battery in a phone when you're using it as a camera. So hang on a second. Oh, there's questions. Let me back up a little bit while I'm waiting on this phone. Jaja says one of the shops had to buy one, get one free of a layer cake. So I got two. And then some of the other places, the fabric was normal $13 a yard. And I thought more places would have sell prices. And then Shirley said, oops. Shirley says, what exactly do you need to get started being a content creator, equipment wise? Internet, a camera. You can some people use just cell phones to go live. I don't, because I can't see so good. I use a laptop and my cell phone for a camera, but I have bought a new camera. But we're fixing to invest in another desktop. But you can get away with going live with your phone. But you'll have to, I don't go live with my phone, so you'll have to ask someone how to do that, because I have no, well, I know how to go live on my phone, like if I'm, down at the harbor or something like that. But presetting things on the phone, I have never done. But I think Andy uses her phone for going live, and she might could give you a better answer to that if you're going to use your phone. If you're going to use a computer, you can start out go on YouTube Live that way if you want to, but I would suggest getting Zoom or one of those other platforms. Sorry, guys. Woo! Come on, phone, switch. There we go. Now make sure I don't accidentally unplug it. I tripped over the cord is what had happened, and I didn't realize it jerked it out. Okay, we're back to having two cameras again, and let me catch up on what's being said. Jaja says just your phone, Shirley. At least that's all I think. Really, some channels do everyone on an iPhone. Yeah, I don't have an iPhone. Sherry does it. She's sharing her channel link. Thank you, Sherry, for sharing your channel. Jaja, no special cams or light. You need lighting. But I have one ring light, and but I use regular lights. I have a bunch of them, but because I think my house is dark. But you can start out with a decent light, your phone, and go from there. But if you do have a laptop or a computer, I would go that route. And then use your phone for a secondary once you get used to going live. When I started out with my laptop, not my phone. And that was back when I just had one camera. So they can only see my face. They couldn't see what I was working on, except when I would show it to them. You don't have to spend a ton of money to get started at all. Start out simple. Laura says, sorry, I had to step away. The neighbor needed some help. It's okay. And then Patty G says, MSQC daily deal today was an iron shaped tin with 50 clips for $6. You could get 2 for the daily price. They apparently sold out. Of course they did. By the time you hear about it, it's gone. Oh, why did I do that? I have one more of these to do. It's like I guarantee when I go to Fat Quarter Shop and look at the new magazines that she showed in her live today, I bet they'll be sold out already. Because I forgot to go, and there was one of them I wanted, and oh crap. That I wanted, and I bet they'll be gone. That's how fast things sells when when people see them on a live or flash sale. I haven't ordered from MSQ lately. Having trouble with this. I really need to clean my machine. I think my feed dogs have garbage in them. Okay, got that done. All right. Shirley says, I do have a laptop. While I think it would be fun, I really do not know, do not have much to offer. Someone else has it or isn't already doing. Don't sell, yeah, I'm with Laura. Don't sell yourself short. And look where you live at. You live in Alaska. What a great place to share, your sewing and living in Alaska. Heck yeah, you got something to share. You can make your channel Alaskan quilter or something like that. Yeah, we all have our own unique way of doing things. That's right. Exactly. When someone's watching you, they may resonate with you when they won't, when they don't resonate with someone else. It just depends on who it is. People will watch. And in this community, they'll support you regardless. Because all of us are helping each other out. I would watch your I would watch your channel. I often watch several videos on the same subject and take everything I've learned and do my own thing. Yep, see, there you go. And if you want to dip your Shirley, if you want to dip your toes on a live, some of us will I won't volunteer anyone else, but I'll take you on one of my lives if you want to dip your feet in and see what it's like. I'll bring you up if you want to, because that's a good way for you to experience what it's like being live. Okay, let's finish pressing these. All right, now what we need to do is we need to trim these. Okay, I was thinking was not doing this right. Sometimes I overthink. I wasn't cutting in the right spot. All right. Be right back. Forgot the dog was outside. I listen to snowstorms every night from YouTube. Some of those content creators have over 1 million viewers. The one I watch has 188,000 subscribers. Multiply that times 365 times a year. Just saying. Yeah, exactly. I ran a overnight live because it was snowing outside, and I was truly amazed at the amount of people who came in and watched. Um, some were asking why they couldn't see me. I'm like, because I've got my camera pointed at the snow. But they stayed the whole time, and I think I ran it 12 hours, something like that. And it was just as it's snowing outside, and people came and watched, and I had quite a bunch of views because of it. So you'll be surprised what people will watch. trimmed right. Okay, I think I have one in here I need to trim. Yes, this one. Okay. Oh. All right. Let's do this first drawing. How many you think is in this pile? How many stars do you think I've made? I'll give away a $25 gift card to either Amazon or Fat Quarter Shop. Only, yeah. And you only guess one number, not multiple numbers. So go ahead and guess how many you think I've sewn in this box. Hi, Denise. In the meantime, I'm gonna cut some more paper. Yes, I'm barefooted, Denise. And yes, it was very close because the blade was open when I dropped it. Unfortunately, but stuff happens sometimes. You missed my foot. That's all that matters. I'm always barefooted. I don't wear shoes. Yeah, without going over, yes. So whoever's closest, it'll be if it's like one number underneath the amount that I have, then they will be the winner. Because we decided not to do if you went over. And unless, of course, more than one person guesses the same number or something. then I'll have to accommodate if should they be a winner, then if there's more than one, then I'll have to accommodate that. If you haven't voted yet, vote. How many stars do you think I have done? Only finished stars, not this one. This does not count. Because I'm going to add more color because I'm not happy with the color. It looks weird to me. So we're going to add some more and then choose a color for it. Linda says, thank you for the gift card. You're welcome, Linda. She was last night's winner. Laura says, just make sure your internet connection isn't lost. That's right. Andrea, if you're listening and you want to enter a guest number, please do it. That way you don't get left out. Because I know she said she was watching from the TV. Okay, Andrea. I was just making sure, Andrea, because I knew you were watching from the TV. If you've not voted on how many you think I've made, you need to get the voting in. Only one number, please. Anyone else? I don't know how many people are watching tonight, so look and see how many's watching. There's always someone watching. It looks like there's 36 people watching. So if you haven't voted, please vote, because there's a $25 gift card on the line here for either Amazon or for Fat Quarter Shop. And you're guessing how many stars I have made so far. Denise says 37 for my phone. Wait a minute. There's no way you saw me. You might have. I haven't counted them yet, so I don't know how many I have actually. I counted them yesterday, but I've added some since then. And I know I have more of the stars than I do of the courthouse stairs. All right. Going. Oh, wait. I need to put that in the. Oh, no. What's going on? Going. Suspense just says suspenseful, Katie. Katie, the stars are beautiful, says Laura. Thank you. I am loving them, and I'll show all of them to. I will show all of them to you here directly after we've done the drawing for the stars, and then in a little while we'll also do a drawing for you to guess the numbers of my courthouse stairs. But I think I'm gonna make a couple of them before we do that one. Are you using the same colors for all the stars? No. These are all scrappy, including these. I have a bunch of scrap batiks, and I've been digging out of the batiks. So there are the only difference between the stars and the courthouse stairs is I'm using mostly warm. There is some cool colors intermixed in the stars, but it's mostly warm colors I'm using for the stars, and I'm using cooler colors for the courthouse stairs. But you will see some warm colors in the very center, that one center little tiny square there, that little half-inch square. Some will have a hot color, but the rest of the block will be cool colors. But no, not the same colors. They're all mixed up. Going. Okay. One more and we're going to stop. So if you haven't voted yet, you need to vote. If you haven't voted, please vote. One number, please. Anyone else? You better vote or forever hold your peace. Okay, well, I'm waiting to see if anyone else is going to vote. If you're the winner, you will need to email me, and I will share the email in the channel. You have to email me, and you have to tell me in the email, do you want an Amazon card or do you want a Fat Quarter Shop card? If you don't email me, I'm not going to chase you down. Hey, Carrie, they're voting right now. You still have time here to guess how many stars I've made. Only one guess. But you need to do it now because I'm getting ready to stop the things so that I can do a drawing. So if you want to guess how many of these woven stars I've made so far. Carrie says I voted, but this is the first I have heard that term. Huh? What term? Carrie put 80. Wow. All right. Going, gone. So we are stopping. Okay. Let's count them. Okay, we got one, and you'll be able to see these. Let me, I don't know if I can pin this or not. That's when I don't have another person in here, it doesn't always work that way. It's very weird. Tell me if you can see this screen. Raven, you're voting on how many of these stars you think I made so far. Someone let me know if you can see this. Not the star. This is very annoying. Okay, then you'll have to do it from the small. Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Hey, Bonnie. Hello, Terry. Okay, so we have 18. All right, let's see who the winner is. Oh, they need a pencil. Patty G got 15. Donna voted for 16. All right, then the winner is Donna because she's closest. Patty voted 15 and Donna voted 16, and I have 18 here. So Donna is the winner. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Wait, what? I did. Oh, Andrea. Hang on. How did I miss Andrea's? Hang on, I'm going back. There's Janet with 21. Oh, you're right. I missed her. I'm sorry, Donna. It's Andrea. She got it right on the nose. 18 for Andrea. Wow, Andrea, you always have good luck with cards, don't you? All right. Email me, and because you already have my email address, so I don't have to share it right now. So Andrea, email me and tell me if you want a Amazon card or do you want a Fat Quarter Shop card. Sorry, guys. I don't know how I missed seeing hers. Blinded by the light, apparently. Yep. I don't think there's anyone else that guessed 18. Let me double check. Let's see, 68, 15, 47, 28, 16, 19, 25, 40, 27, 37, 56, 38, 80. I wish I had 80 done, but I don't need 80 anyway. I need more like, yeah, 50 something. But I think I'm gonna make a mini quilt with mine. Carissa said 19. She was over. Yep. Andrea, please, congratulations to you, Andrea. Please email me and tell me if you want a Amazon card or a Fat Quarter Shop card, whichever. Congratulations to Andrea. There's going to be one more drawing tonight. Let me see what time it is. Oh, we're doing good. Let's make some courthouse stair blocks. Then we can guess on this one. Sorry about that. I don't know how I missed that. Now, Andrea, when we do the second drawing, you have to sit it out because you already won something tonight. I want to make it fair for everybody else. Congratulations. Hey, let's talk about the poll while I'm thinking about it. All right. We have 46 votes on the poll. And this is, what does uxorious mean? 20% voted on luxurious but tasteful. 30% voted on being fond of one's wife. 39% voted on apathetic to wealth and luxury. And 11% voted on being boring and complacent. The answer is being fond of one's wife. Because I got that one wrong, because I guessed was being boring and complacent, but actually it's being fond of one's wife. So that's the answer, and that's out of 46 votes. She says email sent, and that is okay. All right. All right, now let's get some more. Let's do some courthouse stairs. So let me get some. I just need to finish marking the back, and let's pull out some colors. All right. I need one small block. And I need white, which I have right here. All right. I don't need this big rotary cutter. Need my glue and the rotary. I need to move some of this stuff out of the way. This is going to take a little bit of space to start with. Put that there. I'm going to do these two of these. This I may end up doing 3 because it doesn't take long to do the courthouse stairs to me. All right, so let me pick up three different warm colors for that one block. You want pink, orange, and oh, let's do a hashtag. That'll be fun. Cut a little piece off of it. Okay. All right. And then I'm going to set the cool side because I'm going to deal with this first part first. All right, put that in there. I asked my husband and he knew, wait a minute. Denise says it's a very antiquated word. I asked my husband and he knew the answer. I wasn't sure because I don't think I've had that in my I don't think I've ever had it as a vocabulary word. So I'm like, okay, we're gonna guess this one. And when what I guessed was wrong. I started to choose the one about the wife, and then I'm like, no, it couldn't be about a wife. So I chose the other one, and I should have went by what I was going to choose to start with. I need a pencil. How you doing, Deb S? And hi, Jan. Welcome, welcome. We'll be doing one more drawing tonight, probably in about, let me see what time it is right now. Probably in an hour, about 11:30 my time. I'll do another drawing. And that'll be all of the drawing for February. And then I probably won't do, I'll probably do some more drawings. I'm going to save up money to do drawings for July because that'll be my 3rd year anniversary of being a channel. And I don't count when I first set it up because I didn't do anything with it for like 2 years. I think I set it up either a year before I actually went live or put a video up, or maybe 2, I don't know. I kept messing around, and every so often Becca would say, when are you going to do a live? I'm like, and I kept telling her, no, I don't know. I kept saying, I don't know. And then one day she says, you know, I know why you're not trying to do this. You should do it, but I know why you haven't, because you're scared. I'm like, you darn right I am scared. I was very scared. And she asked me what I was scared about, and I told her, and she's like, she told me, she says, don't worry about what people think or what people say. Just share Greenland with people and share your love of quilting, and don't worry about if someone's going to be mean to you or not. And she told me, she says, at some point you'll get less nervous about it, and you'll learn how to block out the bad stuff that people say, and you'll get on with it and have fun. And so on July the 2nd, I did my first, I think it was my first live on July the 2nd. I have to go back and look. It's either July the 2nd or June the 2nd, one of them. I have to go look. Yeah, I want to go look. Now I'm curious. He's always getting dates messed up. Let me see when I actually did my first live. No, that's not the way to look. I need to look the other way in my studio. It's easier to find it that way. Let's see when I started pushing videos. because I think I dropped a video first, and then I did a live some weeks after that, I think. Oh, apparently I have 349 lives. I know I have more than that. My first live was on September the 30th of 2023, but my first video was dropped according to this. My first video was dropped April 23rd of 2023. Let me go backwards a little bit. But then, because that was April the 23rd, and then I didn't drop another video. It looks, and the videos I dropped weren't even quilting related. They were Greenland related. So I'm not exactly sure when I actually did a pre-record my first pre-record video for quilting. Oh, I know when it was. It was because I did a podcast with Kim. My first pre-recorded quilty video was June the 16th of 2023. So, man, I don't even know what to choose for an anniversary date. Raven says, I'm doing good, not sick anymore, and it's Friday. I ordered Dresden templates today. Cool. And I paid for some bolts and got some fat quarter bundles. Where'd you get them from? Soft squares. Were they live tonight? Or was that from the other night? Tuesday. I think it was Tuesday. Tuesday or Wednesday. I don't remember which night because I was on one of those lives where they were doing a bolt sale. Okay. We're going to go ahead and start one of these blocks. That way y'all don't get bored. It's easy to go hog wild and buy everything you see. Yes, indeedy, it is. Well, that was a good price they were doing for bolts. I mean, you can't go wrong. You get 10 yards for $65. That's $6.50 a yard. And, you know, right now with the price of yardage so high, that's a good deal. Uh-oh, I drew a line where I didn't need to draw a line. $13. $4,812. And then on the right is $7.11. And on the left is 6 and 8, 6 and 10. Okay, let's start on this first one. And I'll come back and draw lines on the other two in a bit. All right, what color do I want to choose? Let's start with this this hashtag. And I'm going to glue this one down to start with. And then after that, I won't use the glue because I just need one spot for one spot, and that's it. And then what I'll do is I'll trim it and we'll go ahead and start sewing white on here. I need to get me some small strips of white. And I have lots of white in here, as you can see. And I'm just going to pull off of it, just make sure that it's wide enough. Yep, it's big enough. Okay. I just needed to make sure before I started using it, because sometimes these strips kind of tease my eyes a little bit. Raven says, and it helps that they're very likable. Some channels I won't watch their sale because they're off-putting. Yep, I get that. They are very nice people. I agree with you on that one. And we need a ruler. And where's my little rotary cutter? There it is. Whoa. Okay, we've got that on here now. I'm just going to take my scissors and cut a small piece on for both sides. And then we'll get started on sewing this part. So what I'll do is I'll, let's see, we need to put number 2 on first. And I'll go ahead and pin it. That way it doesn't move. I have to give myself time out from Sew Yeah, but I still watch Lynn and Soft Squares. Her sales are the best, says Laura. It's so easy to spend too much money with Sew Yeah. I remember one time when I could buy from them when their shipping was decent. I remember one night spending like $350, and when I got the bill, I'm like, oh my God, my husband's going to murder me. He didn't get mad though. He's like, okay, if you, he asked me, he says, did you need it? Yeah. I didn't intend on spending it that much money. He says, and then he asked me, he says, were they batiks? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, okay. You never realize how addictive shopping like that is, but it is addictive. It's like a FOMO kicks in and you're afraid you're going to miss out on it or something. I know that sounds silly. I use a scratch of paper to keep track, says Raven. I think it's been like 4 or 5 months since I watched last. I haven't watched them in a long time. Because I would love to have their batiks, and I have no way of buying it from them right now because of their shipping's just too much. And it would be a good way for me to stock up on batiks because they have beautiful batiks. This hashtag you see me using, that came from them. A lot of these batiks came from them. All right, I need to go press this down. Okay. They're a great group of people. I mean, I like them a lot. I'm curious, has oh, now I can't think of her name. I hate when I forget someone's name because I don't talk to them enough. I'm wondering if she's with child yet. Raimi, has she gotten pregnant yet? I think her and her husband have been married a couple years now, haven't they? I'm surprised at how far reaching Soya is. I'm local to the shop and they are all great. Yeah, they're really nice people. If I ever get a chance to go to Vegas, I would go see them. All right, let's see what I'm going to use for colors. Okay. All right. One of these. All right, let's get started on this. So we're going to sew on number 4 first. Hi, Iron. How are you? She's already had a baby? Really? When did she have a baby, Delia? Oh, she was pregnant. Wow. That's awesome. It's been several months ago. Yeah, I didn't know that. I haven't been over there in a long time. That's a big family. This is my first time catching Katie live. We met over on Kathy's and Craft, Kathy's Quilts and Craft. Welcome to the channel, Iron Stitches. I'm glad you caught me live. I remember seeing you over there. Let's get this one trimmed down. Okay. Let's see here. Tomorrow, Danny from Sew Not an Expert's going to be on my live tomorrow. She'll be sewing with me tomorrow, so it'll be fun because it's been a while since we've sewn together. You know, we do our once a month mental health live, but we haven't sewn together. I think the last time we sewed together, it might have been 6 or 7 months ago, I think. So she'll be joining me tomorrow evening on my live. And then Sunday, it's me and Sean. We'll be working on Star Climber, and he will be done, and I will probably start sewing these together. But this will probably be another. Yeah, it's not going to be finished. I can tell you that right now. But it'll be finished within a few weeks. Because I think I'm going to make this into a mini wall hanging quilt instead of doing the big 58 by 58 or whatever it was supposed to be. I just need to figure out the math on how many of these blocks I actually need to do half that size. Because I think I'm pretty close to having enough to do a smaller one. Man, I need to order me a new ruler. There is a nick in this ruler. My rotary cutter keeps catching it. Let me make sure there's a 1/4 inch seam allowance here. Yep. Okay, let's do the other side. Iron Stitcher says she loves Danny. Yeah, oh, hi, Tracy. I didn't realize what your name was, Tracy. Hi, Tracy. Welcome to my channel. Did So Yeah Brothers make a baby quilt for the baby online? I don't know. I don't know anything about what I didn't know she had a baby. So do you know the baby's name by any chance? Okay, we're coming along with this. These courthouse stairs, they seem to go together pretty quickly. Uh-oh. Oh, okay, that confused me. Let's get this other side on. Neil Sedaka died today. Yep, I heard about that. Oh, yeah. Tracy, that is my Arctic Lights crocheted Mandala Madness yeah, mandala. It has 32 colors in it, and I used number 3 cotton yarn using a 2mm either 2mm or a 2.5mm crochet hook, something like that. It's 120 centimeters across. which is like about 48 inches somewhere, give or take. Hi, Sean. How you doing this fine Friday? All right, let's get some more white. Well, that might be long enough. Let's find out. Did you have a good week, Sean? This is annoying me. Yeah, it wasn't too bad. They kept me busy. Busy's good. When does Road to Virginia start, Sean? I guess you know what I'm working on right now, right? Yo, Patty, that sounds fantastic. I think Katie is working on starting on how to make a mandala. That will be fun to make. Yeah, we're going to be um our next crochet live. All of us are going to be crocheting a mandala as it'll be a small mandala. We're not doing a big one. I wish I would love to do another big one, but I don't have any wall space for a big one. I have to stick to doable sizes. Put it that way. Something I could put in a picture frame and hang it on the wall. Love to have that behind glass, but there's no such thing as a frame that big, and it would be heavy if it was. Because I would love to keep the dust off of it. Yes, I have a fair idea. All right, now then, let me see here. I don't know if this one's long enough or not. Yep, that one's long enough, but I don't know if I have another piece of this that long. I might not have. And I'm gonna be up. Wait a minute. Oh, maybe I do. Nope, it's not long enough. Darn. Let me see if I have some in the other box. Maybe not. Wait a minute. That's not quite the same color, but it's close enough. Let me pull that piece out. Because if I can't find the other one, I can still get away with that one. After all, this is scrappy. I'm looking for another purple like what I used right here, this one. Thought I had another piece. And if I don't, then we will improvise, which is okay since this is a scrappy quilt anyway. Nope, that's not long enough. Yeah, these are all short pieces. So let me have a look in my little basket right here. See if I have any in here. Ah, look, I found some right here. So this can get put back in the box. Yep, here we go. That worked out good. All right. And no, the scraps are not organized because I keep dipping into them. Okay, we got two pieces here. So now I'm going to put this piece on this side, and then we'll put, no, I want to put it on this side. I'm going to pin it on here. And then we'll have, and we're about to have another finished block here. Hey, Mona. What did you think about the seam roller? I almost bought, wait, what do you think about the seam roller? I almost bought one at QuiltCon. I love mine. I have two of these, but I ordered a heavy duty one from Amazon that will come in the next box because I have, I don't know how I did it, but I think I've stripped the bushings in both of mine. So if I press too hard, sometimes it like locks up. Like right now it's locked up. And I think it's because there's something wrong with the bushing on the inside. But I love it. I use it constantly. You can ask the group. They see me using it all the time. I don't like running my fingernails along the seam line. It's the friction I don't like is what it is. I don't mind, you know, like putting my fingers along it, but I won't run my fingernails across it. Yes, I've worn it out. Both of them are worn out. And I've had both of them since I think 2016 maybe, Sean, because they both came in sampler boxes. And I've used the heck out of them. The other one's over here underneath all this mess somewhere. Because I have this one is by Violet Craft, but the turquoise one is a Fat Quarter Shop one. Let me see what time it is because we're going to do another drawing in a minute. Oh, we got 30 more minutes before I do the drawing. And like I said, tonight will be the last night, probably until I figure out when to celebrate my channel anniversary. Now that I went back and looked at videos. Like I thought it wasn't until June or July when I dropped the video, not April. Which means that changes everything. Sean, did you know that I dropped, Katie, check your community page. Okay. Sean, did you know that I dropped my first video in April of 2023, but I did my first live in September of 2023? So me thinking it was June or July that was my channel anniversary, I was wrong. I've never been good with dates. And let me go see what you're talking about. You want me to see. Ay, 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 ay. Where are you? Wrong browser. Is this it? Wait a minute. Wow. Is this at your house, Mona? Oh, oh my gosh. Or was this at a quilt show? Sean, you still there? And Mona says, I'm returning from a quilt show. Oh my gosh. Yes, I saw them. I'll have to show them either I can show them tomorrow if it's okay with you. Because I'm going to be doing a drawing here in a few minutes. And then I'm going to dump everybody. I'm not sure if Andy's going live tonight or not. I need to check and see. If not, then I'll have to see what time William goes live because I don't know if it's 12:50 or if it's 1:50 he goes live. My time, sorry. Did you have a question? Oh, yeah. Did you hear what I said about when I dropped when I dropped my first video for the channel and when I did my first live? Ta-da! Ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. All right. Yeah, I was just wondering if you heard what I said about when I dropped my videos. I took pics and a few videos for you all to see them, show them whenever you want, no problem. No, I was chatting with my sister. Oh, okay. Cute purple, says Mona. Yeah, I'll show them tomorrow during the live. I did catch something about it not being when you thought it was. Yeah. So I dropped my first pre-record video, which was just a Greenland. I dropped a bunch of Greenland videos that were already pre-recorded between April of 2023 to early September 2023. My first live was in September of 2023, which you helped me make it happen. So I guess I should say that I feel like I should do an anniversary of when I had my first live that has to do with quilting. So pretty block, says Terry. Thank you. And Carrie says, have to hop. See y'all next time. All right. See you later, Carrie. Sean says, I remember that day. I bet you do. It was a hot mess. And my first pre-recorded quilting video was also in September. I interviewed Kim from Cotton Cuts. That was my first quilting pre-record podcast. Can't believe, goodness. Sean remembers because I had trouble that day and he had to hop on and help me figure out what I did wrong. And we figured out what it was. He figured it out really quick because I forgot a setting that I didn't put in. And once that was fixed, I could go live. And I kept leaving that setting out for what, the first 5 or 6 of my lives, and finally I quit leaving it out. Oh, there's a learning curve. And every now and then I still leave that setting out, but now I don't panic. I know what to do. Sean is such a great mentor and he has such patience. I'm freaking out and he's like, calm down. It's all good. No worries. Telling me it's all right. My first video was the end of November 2021. First live was 10th March of 2022. So that is so cool, Sean. That's why you're so good at it. All right, let's see here. 1, 2, 3. This is 5, 9, and 13. And 4, 8, 12. 7, 11. And this will be 6 and 10. All right, let's pick another I had a warm color picked out over here. So let's use this next warm color. And where is my glue stick? Sean says it's 30 plus years of being in customer service. Yep, pretty good at your job, Sean. Very good at your job. And you have the patience of Job. We have a new grasshopper to teach, Sean. Mona of Rip It Sew On. She's going to need help. She got her toes wet on my live last night. See, I told you, Mona. What I don't know, he knows. Patience of Job. Well, if she's going to have to learn StreamYards, you're going to have to teach her StreamYards because I don't know StreamYard that good. Just saying. She had a rush from the live. Oh my goodness. Yes, you have, Sean. You really have. Sean is very good at what he does. And anytime I have something happens, I can tell you that I still get into trouble sometimes with something, and I'll text him and tell him what's going on, and he'll tell me what to look for. And usually it's because I left something out. I've learned that if I set up lives when I'm tired, I will make mistakes. I always do. And most of the time, the mistake is just because I left a setting out. But now I know what to look for. Before, when I would be blowing up Sean's messenger, it was because I didn't know what to look for. But now I know what to look for. And I know that there's parts of Zoom that I haven't learned that I bet you there's parts of it I should be using that I'm not using just because I don't know how to use them. Okay, we're doing good here. Thought for a minute I left something off. All right. How's everybody doing in the chat? let me see here. We are 33 hours and 42 minutes into this live, and we're getting close to doing another drawing. Sean, if you stick around, you can participate in the drawing, because they have to guess how many courthouse stair blocks I've done. The earlier drawing was guessing how many woven stars I'd done. All right, the chat has come to a screeching halt. Time to ask some kind of silly question. Okay, I know. I've never asked this before. Which do you like to, this has to do with alcohol, by the way. Which do you prefer to have, a beer or a glass of wine? Which do you prefer? Or you can say neither one, because some of you probably don't drink at all. So which one do you prefer, a beer or a glass of wine? Which do you prefer, a beer or a glass of wine? Shirley says wine, red wine, please. Terry says a beer. Hi, Gladys. How are you? Bonnie says beer, dark beer. Patty G says coffee. Okay, let me see here. I want to make sure. Let's see, so dark, light, dark. No, I want to do light, dark, light. Okay. So we start out with light on both sides. Nope, not done with that yet. Denise says neither. Mona says a beer. How you doing, Gladys? Hey, Miss Mr. Red. I don't know why I have that song in my head. Wow. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so let me see here. Okay, in the pie department, which pie do you like the best? Only one, name one, please. Which is your favorite kind of pie? Nina says pumpkin. Terry says cheesecake. Bonnie says two crusted fruit pie. Any fruit will do. And Denise says one of each. Um, Denise says no raisins, please. People put raisins in pie. Carissa says I don't drink it all. I like hard alcohol when I do. Yeah. Which hard alcohol do you like, Carissa? I'm curious. And Mona says cherry pie. Ooh, you're right up my alley, girlfriend, because that's the best ever pie in the world. I love cherry pie. It's crazy that you and I have similar interests. Carissa says whiskey sours. I'm gonna drink a mixed drink. It's gonna be vodka and orange juice for me. I don't even know if I could tolerate drinking anymore. I mean, a shot here and there doesn't seem to bother me, but I don't know if I can actually drink. Can y'all hold on a minute, please? We're gonna get ready to do a drawing here in a minute too. Okay, we're coming along here. So what you're going to do is you're going to be guessing how many courthouse stairs blocks I've done. And then after you guessed only one number, okay, and then we'll see who the winner is for this second card drawing. And then that'll be it for a while. Got to save up money again. Okay, let's put this on the top. All right. Katie, make sure you order cardstock for EPP blocks. Oh, okay. Can you tell me, you're gonna have to treat me like a newbie. What kind of what thickness of cardstock? I mean, I don't know anything about cardstock, so you're gonna have to be explicit on what I need. Because I already know I have to order some others. Mona says she loves cardstock. Because my friend Melanie said she has a whole ream of cardstock at her house, And she was just going to give me some from hers so that I didn't have to buy any. So does it matter the thickness of the cardstock? Lightweight by, I will check. It should say in the book. Okay. Because Melanie said she would just give me some of hers instead of me buying some. I just don't know the thickness of hers. Patty G says she uses white 64-pound foam from Walmart. Hello, Bakery CD Dibba. Do you have freezer paper or template plastic? Neither. You can't even buy freezer paper here. All right, we need to get some more white out. Yeah, you can come on. You need to send, I need to send you paper. Let me know, huh? You can come on if you want. I sent you a link. What she has should work. Get, huh? Get one of the other for appliques. Um, get one of what for applique, Sherry? Mona says freezer stock parchment toilet. Toilet paper? No. Hmm. Sherry says you could use cardstock for all. I'm typing in the dark. Oh, yeah, because some of what you're saying, I'm not understanding apparently. freezer paper. I don't have freezer paper. They don't sell it here. I've said that many times about living here in Greenland. There's no such animal. Okay, looks like I found another strip. And no, I'm not being feisty. If it sounded feisty, I didn't mean for it to sound like that. I'll look and see if Fat Quarter Shop sells that kind of stuff. Yeah, freezer paper for applique. Yep. No freezer paper here. Hey, Mona. Let me see what time it is because I think it's getting. Yep, it's time for a drawing. All right. You have to guess how many courthouse stairs are in this box. So make sure you only can guess one time. And then when everybody's finished guessing, then I will do a drawing. And then I'll show you the ones I have done already. So these are for the courthouse stairs. So put in your vote. Only one number, please. See if you can guess how many I have made right here. And I'll keep on working on the one I'm working on. I'm making typing wrong. These are what you may need in your, whoa. These are what you may need in your next box being sent. I'll talk to you on Sunday about it. Okay. Carissa, we do not have an office supply store in my town. When I say that we are limited, I truly mean that. No, I've been doing these for a while. Well, on and off. But yeah, one number, please. I live in a town of 3,500. Think of rural America. In the middle of the boondocks. I don't know that you can find freezer paper in Newt for that matter. I don't know. Did you get my message earlier about scale? No. Was the message here or somewhere else, Mona? I might have missed it if you said something about a scale. It's very easy to miss some comments. Sorry, and I'm getting tired, I think. Here I had to order new scales to weigh the package. It should be here. Okay, all right. I just didn't want you to think yeah. Take your time, Mona. I only asked because I wasn't sure if you had already said something and I didn't see it. Take your time. It's no worries. It's all good. All right. We only need two pieces on this one, and this one is ready to go. So we need that piece, and we need that piece. No, we need the light color. Oops, I'm about to do that wrong. All right, we need this one and this one. Okay. If you haven't guessed how many courthouse stairs I made, please put a number in. Only one, please. Do you own postage labels at home versus post office? Mona asked Mona. Asked Rippet. Here I had to order a new scale to weigh packages. It should be here tomorrow. Anyone else want to put a vote in on a number of how many of these courthouse stair blocks I've made? Make sure you post it. One number, please. All right, going. If you haven't voted yet, you need to vote on how many you think I have for this next giveaway, because I just made another courthouse stairs. Okay. And I have quite a mess going on top of this desk. All this paper and pieces of fabric. These need to go in here so I don't lose them. Nina's just put her number in. All right, going. This is twice now. If you haven't voted, get your vote in. While you're thinking about it. You can see who's. Okay. I'm trying to find a channel to put y'all in when I get ready to finish this live. See what time William goes live. 12:45. Okay. With him, you're just gonna have to follow the link because he doesn't have something turned on. Okay, going once, going twice. All right, voting is over. Let's see how many of these I have. And you'll get to see them as I'm counting them. So you'll see what the blocks look like. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. And I'll recount them one more time. We had 23 when I counted this go around. Let me recount one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. We have 23 here. All right, let's go see who the winner is. So Jean has 16. Jess has 21. Nina 15. And the winner is Jess because she got closest to the 23 number because she said 21. So Jess, you are the other winner for tonight's giveaway. So please email me and tell me, do you want a card from Amazon or do you want it from Fat Quarter Shop? Congratulations. Okay, Jess, just email me, okay? And let me know whether you want an Amazon card or a Fat Quarter Shop. Okay, so I'm going to be continuing on with working on these tomorrow because Sean and I are going to be finishing up on Sunday, and I'm going to see here and see if I can't figure out how many actual blocks I need to do a mini because I'm going to do half the size of what the original is. So I need to figure out the math on it because I think I want to do a small mini hanging block. I mean, mini hanging quilt, whatever you want to call it. So I need to figure out based on what I already have and how many I might need more of. I guess the best thing to do would be to lay it out and figure it out. So maybe like do 5 blocks by 5 or something like that. That might work. So if I did a 5 by 5, 6 by 6, 30. And I have 23 of one thing and 18 of the other. So all right. Does anyone want to ask any questions or anything about tonight or tomorrow? Like I said, I will be having Danny. She'll be on my live tomorrow. Mona of Rip It or either Mona, I don't care. If you guys want to join me, let me know. Danny doesn't mind having other people on at the same time. The more, the merrier. But let me share. I'm going to share a couple links. One is I'm going to share Mona from Rip It. That's her. If you haven't been over to her channel, come on, bot, wake up. What the heck? There we go. All right. That's Mona of Rip It. Y'all mosey over there if you've not subscribed to her channel. Also, if you have not subscribed to Danny's channel, here's Danny's link. And any of you who are channel creators sitting in the chat right this minute, if you want to share your links at the last minute, please do. And Mona did what? All you have to do is type exclamation Mona and it'll share your link. You don't have to type selfie if you don't want to. Same with Jess. If Jess wants to share her channel, it's exclamation Jess. All right. So I think we done pretty good tonight, considering that we had a little bit of a discussion at the beginning of the live. I learned a lot about you guys. It was fun. And we worked on the Star Climber, and I'm gonna continue working on the Star Climber tomorrow. And probably by tomorrow, I'll know how many I'm gonna actually sew together, because I'm gonna do half the size, or it's gonna be smaller than the original size. Put it that way. Yep, and Sherry, same thing. Exclamation Sherry, share your channel. And Mona says, if I can pop on, if I can, I'll pop on. Okay, I'll send you a link just in case you can. Yeah, exclamation Sherry, and it'll share Sherry's channel too. And so Sunday, here's the lineup for tomorrow, Saturday. I'll have Danny and whoever else decides to hop on the live with me tomorrow evening or tomorrow afternoon, y'all's time. And then Sunday, here's the lineup for Sunday. I am sewing with Sean at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time Sunday morning. Sunday morning. And then at 3:30 Eastern Standard Time, I'll be sewing with Sherry. And Rita, don't forget to share your channel too, please, because you're a mod. You should be able to share it. Yeah. So, yeah, I understand, Mona. If you don't show up, I know you're busy. It's no big deal. I'll just send the link just in case. That way, I don't have to like stop what I'm doing. I'll just send it. Not a problem. All right. So Sunday's the busy day because I have a live early in the morning and I'm going to stay awake. I'm not going to go take a nap. And I'll probably be working on Alice's Wonderland. And for those of you who haven't seen my little, and I know this is self-promoting and I'm going to do it anyway. Hang on a minute. I wanted you guys to go look at my little short I made that concerns Alice's Wonderland. And yeah, go have a look at it. You'll see what I've been doing on the sidelines because the Alice's Wonderland So Long has 100 colors in it. And I'm already, I think, at 53 colors just with what you see in the little short. So I'm doing pretty good considering. I have a feeling that I am going to be using more than what I thought as far as colors concerned. And y'all know I've been dreaming of making 100 color quilt, and this one might be more than 100 colors. So I'm super excited about this So Long because it made me realize that I can go as far as I want to with it. And I just have to be careful that anything that's a dark color that it doesn't blend. I have to avoid doing anything where it is a dark color because I'm using a navy as the background. And so some colors I won't be able to use. So I'm being mindful of that. And this is of the short. Reese's, I've seen that, Katie. That was great. So so there's about 50, I think there's 53 on that wheel colors so far. So I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. For Saturday. And I'll remind everybody about Sunday during tomorrow's live. All right. I want to say thank you all for hanging out with me tonight. I appreciate every last one of you for sticking it out. And congratulations to the two gift card winners. Remember to live, laugh, love, and dream. What do you do with all that? You make something beautiful, or you do something beautiful for someone that you could put a smile on their face. When you see a smile on their face, it just lights up the whole world, and it could change their world. So do something kind for someone, or whatever you can do to help someone out or help yourself, whichever. I love you guys. Thank you for coming to the live tonight. I will see you tomorrow afternoon at 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. See you on the next live. Decos.